kan kayak register si mami gak perlu register. Mas ada tahu.
used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough.
Halo Kai. Halo Kai. Halo.
Yes sir, gitu ako ni mo sir.
Sir.
Since its inception 60 years ago, the Mindanao State University has been living up to its mission as a super-regional university in providing free yet quality education. Rising from a used-to-be conflict-stricken area, the birth of the campus brought hope and inspiration to many underprivileged yet intellectually deserving young people. Just like a well-sprouted seed, its growth has led to the development and upliftment of the agro-industrial and socio-economic conditions of the various local communities through relevant research and extension. Through the years, undoubtedly, it has become a powerhouse. The impact of its influence and reach has provided the much-needed professional and technical base and innovative resourcing machinery, and thus creating the manpower and human resources hub of the country and that of the world. As the 21st century ushers in novel and more sophisticated learning technologies and methodologies, MSU has willingly embraced the digitalization in the delivery of instruction through more flexible learning options and modalities. Everywhere, scattered yet firmly attached to a network of sturdy roots, perhaps there is an MSU-1 who carries the brilliant rays of sunshine with a firm commitment to serve humanity, despite the differences in languages and cultures and affiliations. MSU is a melting pot of diversity and a staunch protector of peace and meaningful socio-political coexistence. Resilience is one of its most valued qualities.
In terms of instruction, MSU has been consistently making indelible marks in regulated licensure examinations and job placements with its steady turnover of graduates. It has maintained its agreements of linkages and partnerships for mutual cooperation with other leading universities and institutions. Its research and extension and development efforts are widely recognized as top-notch and at par with the best. And in keeping itself abreast with current global situations and demands, MSU shall always be committed to modernize its infrastructure and facilities, to upgrade the competence and morale of its personnel, to innovate on its delivery of services, and to strengthen its ties with the communities that depend on its inspiring and blessed existence. Our mantra, Sindaw o Panginam, true quality education, like a diamond, in issue, shall intensify its brilliance in bringing hope, prosperity, and peace to all.
Over time and over a multiple of tests and adversities, it has remained standing, tall, and proud with its maratabat. Truly, in the veins of every MSU-1 runs the blood of the ancient warriors and that of a survivor who has mastered integrity and compassion to live life beyond the caprice of the self. As a tree deeply rooted, its expansion was inevitable. More shades, more shelter. From one far-flung campus in Marawi, Lanao del Sur, MSU has strategically positioned itself in major key areas to address the sufficiency in the delivery of its services, as it is one of its sworn missions to build sustainable communities and to instigate productivity and positivity in all aspects of human enterprise. The gentle breeze that comes sweeping from the lake adorn its landscape with green grass and wildflowers, all moistened by fog. Just like in the Dance for Life, the music of the kulintang reverberates into the horizon, as if calling all its sons and daughters for the festivities of a homecoming. And as it commemorates its 60th year, the Mindanao State University welcomes you all to celebrate with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down as we are about to begin the program. Let us have a moment of silence as we invoke the presence of the Almighty, which will be led by a faculty member from King Faisal Center for Islamic, Arabic, and Asian Studies, Professor Muhammad Jihan M. Makarambon. And that will be immediately followed by the singing of the national anthem and the singing of the university hymn through multimedia presentations.
Let us all open our hearts and minds as we invoke the divine presence of the Almighty. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Malik Yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Ya Allah, we endlessly thank you for all the opportunities you have granted to us as educators and faculty members of the Mindanao State University. Ya Allah, we ask you to give us your guidance and blessings in this 3-day online training. Grant us all the means to complete our daily tasks as educators. Help us hone our skills and increase our knowledge and love in this noble profession. Make us sincere, fair, and honest, and guide us to become good examples to our students and our community, and save us all from greed, arrogance, and evils of our self-desires. Lastly, Ya Allah, we ask you to protect us and our families from all illnesses, diseases, and harm in this world and the hereafter. Allahumma أصلح لنا شأننا كله ولا تكلنا إلى أنفسنا طرفة عين برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, pero sa sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagagang putok sa simoy at sa langit mong pagaw, ay hinatang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nagtitindig, ang bituin na
You may be wondering, what is 21st century learning and why is it important in my classroom? To begin, we must understand that 21st century learning is not just a style of teaching, but a way of thinking about how we teach. While 21st century learning incorporates practical technologies in a classroom setting, it also promotes lifelong learning and real-world skills, essential to preparing our students for the workforce. So how can educators create a 21st century learning experience? With FIT, we encourage our teachers to facilitate project-based learning in their classrooms. This instructional approach uses multifaceted projects and hands-on learning as the primary source for educating their students. The 21st century classroom must also incorporate new technologies into lesson plans and instruction, furthering a class's technical skill and practical application of technology to problem solving. 21st century teachers must also look to promote essential learning and innovative skills to their students. They can do this by encouraging creativity, collaboration, communication, and critical thinking. 21st century educators also focus on advancing their students' life and career skills. For example, a hands-off approach by teachers can advance students' self-directed learning, collaboration, and social interaction, all necessary skills for the 21st century. Lastly, it is important as educators we remember to pay attention to our relationships with our students. An engaged and interested teacher equals an engaged and interested student. For more information on 21st century teaching, visit www.focusit.ca.
Yes, I agree. Engaged, interested teacher equals an engaged, interested student. But in doing so, we have to acknowledge the need to update and upgrade our teaching skills to fit the needs of our learners in this new setup. This pandemic has put the academic sector on the pedestal of challenges as it impedes the normal delivery mechanism. And an attempt to bridge the gap, and in celebration of the 60th founding anniversary of the Mindanao State University, the Office of the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, in collaboration with the College of Education, proudly presents to you this three-day training on upskilling teaching competencies in the new normal. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Professor Laili Nora M. Abdel Ghafoor, a faculty member from the English Department and the Secretary of the College of Social Sciences and Humanities, and I will be your moderator for this event. To formally open the program and to read to us the inspirational message of the President of the Mindanao State University System, Dr. Habib Watamama Makaayong, let's welcome with a warm virtual round of applause the ever dynamic and ever active Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, Attorney Alizidni M. Ditokalan.
Thank you very much, Laili, for the kind words. To our most esteemed President of the Mindanao State University, Dr. Habib Makaayong, to our very supportive Vice President for Academic Affairs, who is also with us this morning, together with our other respectable officials, our good deans of all the academic units of our university, to all the department chairpersons, to everyone, to all of you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like also to acknowledge my good friend, the very dynamic Assistant Vice President for Academic Affairs, who will be our keynote speaker, Attorney Joan Largo. She will be introduced later later on. Another equally reputable resource speakers, especially Dr. Marie Therese Angeline Bostas of the University of the Philippines in Diliman, who will also be speaking this morning. To our participants, our beloved faculty members of various departments who are with us via Zoom, and some of those are joining us via Facebook Live. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Greetings of peace to all. Undoubtedly, the powerhouse of any university resides in the force of its teachers. Having a strong roster of highly qualified and competent faculty members is an assurance that when we all work together, especially for the common good, we can achieve and soar past beyond the ordinary academic goals and expectations. This program is an offshoot of the surveys on online teaching and learning experiences, which were recently initiated by the Office of the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs. Out of the results of the surveys, with dozens of turn-in responses from students and faculty members alike, the office has deliberately put together this activity in partnership with the College of Education headed by Dean Montia Sari to address the challenges and gaps in the delivery of instruction these past semesters. As we open up a new semester, to reduce learning loss, our penultimate goal is to be able to normalize our teaching habits and targets with the new generation learning systems. Coupled with the digitization programs and efforts of the incumbent administration, together we can surely beat the odds and still claim quality in the education we provide. We cannot disgrace. While it is true that have seen multiple challenging times and situations before, however, the resilient and persistent spirit of an MSU-1 has never failed us. As we rekindle our commitment to the profession, let me welcome you all to the training on upscaling teaching competencies. May we all have a meaningful training activity ahead of us. Good morning. Allow me therefore to read the inspirational message of our dear President, Dr. Habib W. Makayo. The commencement of another academic year signifies a fresh start in our scholastic activities at the Mindanao State University. This is quite unique, and perhaps many are still adjusting with the abrupt and drastic changes that come along with the repercussions of COVID-19 pandemic. The widespread impact of the current health crisis has greatly altered the traditional ways we carry out the impartation of knowledge to our learners, and we are now traversing new paths in our effort to sustain the delivery of quality instruction in the context of the new normal. Our dear MSU-Marawi campus faculty members, it is my fervent hope that each one of you will embody resilience and demonstrate exemplary teaching competencies in making the most of these new modalities, since we are the academic frontliners of the university. Akin to student experiences, you may have encountered several challenges in adapting to this relatively new phase of massive online teaching, and this, in effect, prompted the need to equip you with timely opportunities for quality enhancement of online teaching and learning practices. You are now entrusted to make the lead and better harness the potentials of flexible learning through the 3-day training on upskilling of teaching competencies. The upgrading of your capabilities, which serves as the impetus of this training, is deemed essential because of the important role you play in facilitating active learning and boosting motivation especially because learning attitude are mainly rooted in the support that students receive from their mentors. This intervention can considerably continue in making online teaching in the university more efficiently manageable for you and for online learning to be more effective for your diverse learners, for your diverse this first semester onward. Keep in mind that you can catch up when you fall behind and advance when you are ready to move ahead so that you can be instrumental in the achievement of our goal to deliver quality education in the Minsupala region and beyond. Stay safe and enjoy the learning experience. Thank you and wassalam. That is, ladies and gentlemen, the message of our dear President, Dr. Habib W. Makayo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor, Attorney Alizidni M. Ditukalan, for giving us the rationale of this training and for reminding us to always strive for excellence by igniting our passion to teach and touch the lives of the young minds, and for delivering the inspirational message of the President, Dr. Habib Watamama Makaayo. Truly, you are an epitome of a great leader. Before we continue to sail on this 3-day journey, let us first listen to the following gentle reminders. These are the house rules for the plenary. Please join the event 10 minutes before the schedule. Mute your microphone upon signing in. Turn off your camera during the event. Indicate your college and use your complete name upon joining Zoom for proper identification. For example, CSSH _ Laili Nora M. Abdul-Ghafoor. In case of internet disconnection, participants may continue watching the plenary sessions via FB Live. However, workshops will only be conducted in the plenary hall. For questions, comments, and suggestions to be entertained during the open forum, please share them in the Google form that will be posted in the chat box before the end of the lectures. Your attendance will be checked via Google form. Link will also be posted in our chat box. And please participate in the workshops because your outputs will serve as basis in claiming your e-certificates. And now, to introduce to us the keynote speaker, let us welcome the ever-active and supportive mother, the College of Education, Dr. Munti Sai.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. My respect to our good President of the Mindanao State University System, Dr. Habib Watamama Makaayong, our keynote speaker, Attorney Joan S. Largo, our Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Alma Beroa, the dynamic Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, Attorney Alizidni Ditukalan, officials and colleagues in the teaching profession, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May the peace and blessings of Almighty Allah be upon us all. Our well-chosen keynote speaker is a woman of all season, a beauty and brain, and a friend to many, including our good Vice Chancellor. She is a resident partner of the Cebu Office of Law firm Romolo, Mabanta, Buenaventura, Sayok, and De Los Angeles. She is a law professor of the University of San Carlos School of Law, where she teaches civil procedure, criminal procedure, political law review, torts and damages, alternative dispute resolution, appellate law practice, and trial technique. Previously, she was the long-serving Dean of the University of San Carlos School of Law and Governance from 2013 to 2021, during which the school was consistently cited by the Philippine Legal Education Board as among the top-performing law schools in the country. She completed her Bachelor of Arts major in Political Science from the University of San Carlos, graduated magna cum laude and class valedictorian. After which, she finished also in the same university her Bachelor of Laws degree under an R.H. Guiping Foundation Scholarship, earning cum laude and class valedictorian honors. Aiming to excel in her profession for better service to her clients, Attorney Largo proceeded to obtain her Master of Laws degree and graduated cum laude from San Beda College Graduate School of Law. This time, she published her first law book on laws and jurisprudence on torts and damages. In the academe, she is also known as a pioneer in the outcomes-based approach to legal education. Her expertise in outcomes-based education, or OBE, made her the best choice to speak to us today relative to academic innovation that we are facing, not to mention the shift of mode of teaching to suit the demand of the new normal situation as a result of this pandemic. Writing about outcomes-based education, our speaker co-authored with the popular William Spady, also known as the father of OBE, on the book entitled Beyond Outcomes Accreditation. Colleagues in the noblest profession, we are lucky to have with us today a lawyer by profession whose heart is in the academe. Let us lend our ears to our keynote speaker for this 3-day training on upskilling teachers' competence, the much acclaimed lawyer and a writer, including writing OBE books. Her dedication in her profession to serve the Filipinos, in addition to her expertise, resulted to her appointment as the Assistant Vice President for Academic Affairs of the University of San Carlos, the position or designation that she holds up to the present. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a rare honor and privilege to present to you our keynote speaker, Attorney Joan S. Largo.
Thank you, Doctor. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. I would like to personally thank your Vice Chancellor for this invitation. Actually, I was a bit hesitant when I was a bit hesitant, and I was surprised when I received the invitation, because if there's anyone who would like to be trained, it would be us. But I was thinking that this is an perfect time, an opportune time for us to have this conversation, because in fact, I am most grateful to Vice Chancellor Zed for including the private educational institutions into this conversation. We look up to you, actually, because as a state university with all the vast resources of the state at your disposal, we want you and we hope that you will lead us into this new normal, as they say, which is really something that that is most needed by the Filipino youth of today. So, salamat, Dean Zed. I would forever call you Dean Zed, even if you are now the Vice Chancellor, for this invitation to have this conversation with you, more of a sharing than anything else. I wish to start this conversation with a question of whether indeed, despite the title that we have for this 3-day upskilling, we do have a new normal. does that equate to a changed educational landscape? Although we know at the outset that the tradition had been disrupted, is that really a change in the educational landscape? So we know for a fact that COVID has greatly disrupted our lives. We have seen it as the great disruptor. And now, more than a year, but less than 2 years, we have seen it more of a great accelerant. So I hope that in the course of this sharing, you and I will be able to see that see COVID-19 less as a disruptor and more as an accelerant. Now, just a quick update. As of yesterday, we are said to have in the whole world 220 million COVID cases with 4.5 million deaths. And in the Philippines, and as a context, we have breached the 2 million mark with 34,000 deaths. Sometime in March of 2020, we were constrained to migrate our physical classrooms to the virtual. So from the green board to the green screen, from the blackboard to the virtual space. And we have been introduced to such new terms as new normal, social distancing, virtual classes, virtual events, work from home arrangement, even staggered work. These are new to us. And so we dare say this is the new normal. But pre-pandemic, before we were disrupted, who really were our learners? We know for a fact that we have within us adult learners, we have within us millennials and Gen Zers. So even before the pandemic, our learners had always been the adult learners and the millennials and the Gen Zers. Pandemic did not change that. Even during the pandemic and even post-pandemic, we will continue to have adult learners. And our millennials and Gen Zers will, of course, be replaced by the Y generation. And then there's double A generation. But these are the people we have within our classes. And so because we have pre-pandemic and during pandemic adult learners, we know that we have to be cognizant of the principles of adult learning. Self-direction, these are all very much familiar to all of us. Adult learner experience, the need for relevance and motivation to learn. Our adult learners actually need to be involved in the planning and evaluation of their instruction. And so it has been a buzzword even before the pandemic that our learners should be co-creators of knowledge. Even before the pandemic and during the pandemic, our learners are adult learners who value experience as basis for learning. And that is why we have been told retention is improved, understanding of the concept is improved if our sharing with our students are founded on their experience, and if they get to see the application of their knowledge in their day-to-day activities and even in their day-to-day problems. Experiential learning had been the buzzword, along with learners as co-creators of knowledge even before the pandemic. And then we know that because we have adult learners within our midst, there is need for them to see the relevance of what they are learning in their lives. There is need for them to see the immediate relevance of what they are learning in our classrooms in their daily lives. And so the motivation is there if the application of knowledge is immediate. And that's why we have been told that just as we focus on the content of our instruction, there is also need for us to see its application, because adult learning is problem-centered rather than heavily content-oriented. So these principles are there even before the pandemic. Self-direction of our students, the need for adult learner experience, the need for relevance of the lessons in their lives, and the motivation to learn that can only spring from them seeing the application of their learning in the problem, in the solution of their problem and of the problem they see within their society. Because of this, we know already, even before the pandemic, these andragogy principles, such as, because they need to see the relevance, why not give the context and the reason why topics are being taught? Because there is need for them to apply, to see the application, to have experiential learning, instruction is task-oriented instead of focused on lower order thinking skills. And because we know that as adult learners, they should be co-creators, they crave to be co-creators of knowledge. We know that as self-directed learners, students should be permitted, should be given opportunity to discover knowledge for themselves. And we have long been introduced, even before the pandemic, of this idea of teacher, not as teacher, but as facilitator, not as sage on the stage, but as side guide on the side. So teacher is there to offer guidance, to offer expert help, to offer facilitation. But because our learners are self-directed, because as adult learners, they need to be co-creators of knowledge, we need to give them platforms by which they can discover knowledge for themselves. And this had been true even before the pandemic. On the other hand, we do not only have adult learners within our midst. We also have millennials, students born 1984 to 1995. We also have Gen Zers, students born from 1996 to 2010. And what is the common characteristic and trait of these students who are millennials or Gen Zers? All of them are digitally wired, social media savvy. They are optimistic and realistic. They want instant gratification. They are confident. They are sometimes me-centered in the sense that they want to improve themselves, unlike us who are baby boomers and Gen Xers who would like to prioritize family, for instance, contribution to society rather than improvement of self. But in all of this, the main distinction between us and our students had been that whereas we see our cell phones, our laptops as our tools of the trade, tools by which we do our work, our students see the cell phones and see their laptops as their way of life. These are not just tools, but way of life. The first thing they reach out when they wake up in the morning, and the last thing they let go as they sleep at night would be their cell phones. You will find them, especially, you will find them not letting go of their phones. In fact, a survey had been asked, what if your house is on fire? What would be the first thing that you will say? If that question had been asked of you and I, probably our titles to our house and our land, or probably some personal important mementos. Pero you ask the millennials and the Gen Zers, they will say their cell phones. Because to them, technology is a part of their life. Technology is a way of life and not just a tool of the trade. And that tells us really that our students are digital natives, and as digital natives, this technology that we are having is their world. So if there has been anybody who has been truly disrupted, it would just be us, the teachers, because we were placed to inhabit now the world of our students. But insofar as our students are concerned, this technology, this virtual world has already been their world even before the pandemic. So that is who our students are. Adult learners who see technology not only as a tool, but as a way of life. As On the other hand, what does the world call for? Education 4.0 and the evolving 21st century skills would show that, for instance, in 2015, as reflected in the Future of Job report by the World Economic Forum, in 2016 they published this list. They said that by 2015, the number one skill that will be needed of the workforce would be complex problem-solving skill, coordinating with others, people management, critical thinking, negotiation, quality control, service orientation, judgment and decision-making, active listening, and creativity. And then in 2020, complex problem skill has still been listed as the top skill that is needed in the workforce. But look at the shift in the skills that had been needed: critical thinking, creativity, people management, coordinating with others, and now we are seeing emotional intelligence, judgment and decision-making, service orientation, negotiation, and cognitive flexibility. In just 5 years, the shift in the kind of skills that had been needed happened, but we continue to see just what kind of skills are needed of our students for when they leave the portals of the university and immerse themselves into the real world. Which is why there has also been an evolution in the way our educational system should have been crafted. In terms of focus, curriculum, technology, digital literacy, teaching, quality assurance, and outputs, these had been the innovation. From us seeing education, employability, and knowledge creation to be the focus of education, we are called upon under Education 4.0 to focus on innovation and value creation, because precisely the skills of our students that are needed when they immerse in the workforce had shifted from just being employable to now requiring them to participate in complex problem solving, to be critical thinkers. So our curriculum, because if we look at the skills that are needed, they are required to coordinate with others, to manage people. We need to break the silo of working alone. And so from single disciplinarity to now inter and transdisciplinary approach to curriculum design. This had been what had been published by the World Economic Forum in 2016. In fact, if we look at the Future of Jobs report for 2020, published by the World Economic Forum, these are now the top 15 skills for 2025. Analytical thinking and innovation, active learning strategies and learning strategies, complex problem solving, critical thinking and analysis, creativity, originality and initiative, leadership and social influence, technology use, monitoring and control, technology design and programming, and then resilience, stress tolerance and flexibility, reasoning, problem solving and ideation, emotional intelligence. So we have in fact shifted and have seen the changes in the skills that had been needed by our students when they immerse in the workforce, but we are seeing some constants. What this means actually is that there will be changes in the demands from the moment our kids, our students enter the portals of the university to when they immerse already in the workforce. And so now more than ever, we need to equip them with skills that they will need to handle problems that are not yet in existence at the time that they enter the portals of the university, but when they emerge already into or immerse themselves already into the workforce. But what is clear is that in fact, technology, critical thinking, analytical thinking, resilience, complex problem-solving skills are what is needed. continue to be needed. And so I was thinking, we have long been called upon not just to be learner-centered. In other words, in all that we do, let's think first of our learners. When we design our classes, our teaching, learning activities, let us not think of what are the available resources, but first, what does my student need before we think of how we will teach them. So aside from being learner-centered, we had already been called upon to leverage on the wide range of technology. Why? Because our students are digital natives. They are at home with technology. Technology is their way of life. This is where they live. And this is where they will be asked to live for when they already leave the portals of our university and immerse themselves in the workforce. Early on and before the pandemic, we had already been called upon to leverage on technology and to grade students not on the basis of objective type of assessment, but for instance, on the basis of their attainment of learning outcomes, even to provide them with multiple learning opportunities. Because if the goal of our grades is to guide them and make them see the attainment of the outcomes that we want to be seen in them, the purpose is not really to fail. The purpose is to make them progress towards that outcome that we want to see in them. And so the grading should be based on the evidence of attainment of learning outcomes, providing our students with multiple learning opportunities so that they will be able to get to that outcome. So as I was reflecting on these are the things that had already been called for from us even before the pandemic. These are what we should have done, and in fairness, what we have started doing, but at a snail's pace. And so COVID-19 happened, and we were forced to transport our instruction from the physical classroom to the virtual classroom, to accelerate our plans to use and leverage on the wide range of technology. And this is why we're seeing COVID-19 really as the accelerant. And in fact, for many of us who had crossed the Rubicon, it has been a point of no return because we have taken out the link, taken out back to the traditional concept. For many of us, there's no going back. In fact, it would be safe to say that for many of us, it has been, we have reached the point of no return. And so this is the new normal, and hopefully the way things will be done. But as we have been doing, and as we have been responding to the accelerated needs of our students to be transported to the virtual classroom, we have been seeing a lot of areas that needed our attention. For instance, as the learning materials were transported from the physical to the virtual, we need to acknowledge our students' cognitive load. We know what we are seeing is that, in fact, in the study conducted by the dean of our School of Education, Dr. Jugar, there's very little syllabi change. We have simply taken our learning materials from the physical to the virtual. So same requirements, except that it's a new modality. In fact, we are seeing that for whenever there is disruption in the internet connection, a concern shared by all of us from Luzon to Mindanao, we tend to compensate that loss of contact time, physical contact time, with a lot of assignments. And so there is an increased demand on the students, increased screen time, but if screen time cannot be increased, then we increase the assignments, we increase the requirements. It appears as if we see the change in the modality as simply a technical change, as if we can just transport what we have in our learning classrooms even before the pandemic into the new normal. The fundamental idea is that we are just changing the way we are delivering our instruction. The student workload did not shift from the pre-pandemic stance. Now, I don't know if Vice Chancellor has shared, but in USC and last summer, we conducted a 1-month training on online facilitation with all of our teachers. And for 1 month, they became students. We enrolled them in our learning management system. Our lessons were delivered to them through our learning management system, synchronous and asynchronous. And at the end of the 1-month training, the common realization had been this. My 1 month, so this is a quote from the report. My 1-month journey is quite challenging. There had been a challenge on the deliverables because just like students, we asked them to submit reports, to take quizzes, to participate in the discussion. And then there's the struggle of unstable internet connection. It made me realize the plight of my students. Mine is only 1 month, theirs is 5 months times 8 courses. And I thought I was already sensitive to their needs until this training. So there is really need for us to look into the workload of our students in this new normal, because humans have limited working memory. This is actually also very tricky, because while we acknowledge the need to manage the cognitive load of our students, we also cannot sacrifice that rigor, that quality of learning instruction that we are known for, because just as we recognize the need not to overload our students, we also recognize the need to teach them that skill of resilience. So while on the one hand, they cannot have a walk in the park, they also cannot at the same time be so overburdened as to throw away the very reason why we are sharing to them this knowledge. So while we acknowledge the need to prevent cognitive overload, we also need to balance that with the need to train them to be resilient, to train them to work within a pressure-filled environment. So on this one alone, there is so much that needed still to be done. But at least we know that one way of responding to this student load concern or cognitive load concern is to come up with learning management system that's easy to use, to come up with a learning management system that's accessible, because we know that internet connection is a concern by all of us, something that's also inexpensive. And finally, and very importantly, we need to chunk all our learning materials. In other words, we cannot simply transport the learning materials that we have in the physical world to the virtual. It doesn't work that way. Chunk it, deliver it in learning pills, as they say. And so I am very happy to see, in fact, that you have in your one of your training sessions, micro-learning. And then we are also seeing the feeling of isolation by our students. And yet, social interaction is central to learning. We know this long before the pandemic. We are also seeing the need, the feeling rather of seclusion by some. For instance, when others have good internet connection and you are the only one with lousy internet connection, or when you don't get to participate in the group dynamics. And that is why student engagement, student connectivity, these are things we should really be thinking of in addition to students' cognitive load. For instance, to combat the feeling of isolation, we need to address the need of our students to be engaged, even in the virtual platform. So from teachers to facilitators, and since you and I experienced this firsthand, we now know na because internet connection is so unstable, we can actually make our classes engaging. We can actually meet the needs of our students to be engaged through the vital designing of our asynchronous sessions. So now we can see that to get around the constraint of internet connectivity, we can make our asynchronous components come alive in addition to the live sessions. In fact, now we are seeing also, tying this up to students' cognitive load, we are seeing that the non-contact hours, such as when there is no live session, we are starting to factor that in determining the workload of our students by looking at asynchronous components of our classes also as possible contact time with them. This is a concept unheard of before the pandemic, but now we are seeing that we need to consider the time that we are not interacting with them also as contact time, also as learning time. And so also because we have a problem with internet connectivity, let us make the asynchronous component of our teaching portfolio just as engaging so that our students will feel less and less isolated, more and more engaged. So how do we make asynchronous sessions, rather components, engaging? Short of conducting live sessions, how do we make our asynchronous modules come alive? And then when we do our live sessions, how do we make these precious live sessions matter? How do we make these live sessions matter? How do we make them just as engaging as our asynchronous time? So, now more than ever, we are called upon to apply the 4 A's of live sessions. So that is insofar as student engagement is concerned. And then we are asked to always bear in mind student connectivity, because just as you and I are experiencing the problem of internet connection in our day-to-day lives, our students are no different, are placed in no different footing. So student connectivity requires us to look at the policies in the classroom that we will have to adopt. How do we deal with students who in the middle of the examination will lose internet connection for real and honestly? So policies such as that one. And then netiquettes, which has very little to do with the things that we put, like for instance, put your mic on mute, but more on the qualitative aspect of it. For instance, just as we are doing this and doing our classes and our interaction in the virtual platform, let us not forget that there's a human person beyond or on the other side of this cold screen. So remember the human. So these are the netiquettes that we need to look into. And how do we make our e-classes inclusive? So student connectivity, therefore, has component that deals not only with internet connection, but more also on differences, more also on societal differences. So inclusiveness is part of student connectivity concern. So indeed, the classroom has been changed. We have been transported from the physical to the virtual. But if we come to think of it, the profile of our learners remained the same. They are still the same adult learners that we had in our classroom before the pandemic. They are the same Gen Zers, millennials we had in our classroom even before the pandemic, who are very much at home with technology. And the purpose of education had remained unchanged. We are still called upon to prepare our students for a life of usefulness in the society. With or without the pandemic, that is our true calling. prepare them for a life of usefulness in the society. And so now that things had been accelerated and the things that we had been doing at a snail's pace before, we are called upon to do now. This upskilling is really, really important. And I am gratified to see that you are all seeing it. After all, they say the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn and relearn. So I started my sharing with you with words of thanks to Vice Chancellor Zed. Salamat yun bitaw kaayo for bringing the Filipino educators together. And more importantly, insofar as I'm concerned, for bringing the private educational institutions perspective into your conversation. Because now more than ever, this is time for us to come together. Gone are the days when we can rely on the articles and practices of other countries and of foreign educators. COVID has placed us to the fact that our response to COVID-19 pandemic is really country specific. So we need to respond to this one using our own context, cognizant of our own needs and cognizant of our own resources. Because the problems we are facing, the constraints that we experience are not the same constraints faced, for instance, by a European educator, by an Australian educator. This is Philippine context, Philippine needs, Philippine resources. And so it's time we come together. No one else, I think, has experienced the internet disconnection the same way. We need to come together and address this as Filipino educators, forming best practices, innovating best practices, addressing the concerns of cognitive overload, student engagement, student connectivity as Filipino educators, so that we can form and innovate practices that are truly contextual to our own needs and resources. So the request is for us to continue this conversation, state university, private university, so that we can come up with Filipino best practices from the Filipino educators to the Filipino youth, because COVID-19 requires us to look and think and innovate from our own perspective, using our own context and cognizant of our own resources. So this is the reason why I am most thankful for this conversation. Shukran.
Thank you very much to our brilliant keynote speaker, Attorney Joanne S. Largo. Let's give her a virtual round of applause for her invaluable insights to this training. Surely our participants are equally challenged by your question whether or not there is really a new normal to education landscape, and for reminding us of our role as educators in helping our adult learners to be pro-creators of their own learning. Once again, thank you very much, Attorney Largo. At this point, we would like to request for a photo opportunity with our keynote speaker and our participants. May we request everyone to please open your camera as the tech team headed by Sir Ferns will take these screenshots. Are you ready, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Kindly open your camera, everyone. Thank you. We have 7 frames or 7 galleries. May lang po. Next gallery. Next. Fourth gallery. Fifth gallery. Sixth. And the last gallery. Thank you so much, everyone.
Ito ko na mara nila na Abdul Rashid.
Thank you, Paul. I hope you're able to capture the perfect smiles of our participants, as well as our very beautiful keynote speaker, Attorney Joanne S. Largo. Thank you very much, ma'am, for the opportunity. Now, we have come to the open forum to address the questions and concerns of our participants. A Google form link was sent in the chat box earlier. Since we can only accommodate 15 minutes for the Q&A, relevant questions were already screened by the Secretariat Committee. Sir Ferns, are we ready to flash the questions now?
Hi, ma'am. I am opening the form, ma'am.
Okay. While Sir is troubleshooting for the flashing of the questions, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome all our participants, to acknowledge all our participants, faculty in the Zoom with 321 participants in our Zoom. And also we would like to acknowledge our 322 FB Live viewers coming from External Units High School, MSU-ILS, MSU-UTC, all faculty members from the various MSU campuses, and some of our participants from the main campus. And there are also other participants or viewers like our friends who have seen our live streams. Thank you all so much for joining us in this momentous occasion. So I think our tech team is ready to show us the questions for our keynote speaker. Okay. So the first question is coming from, may I see the name? Yes, from Ma'am Rosemary Amparado. Hello, ma'am, from the English department, my colleague. And her question is, what is your take on teachers who resist using technology to the detriment of the grades and academic standing of the students now?
The lawyer in me and Vice Chancellor Zed would be smiling really on this one. The lawyer in me would right away at the click of a finger invoke Education Act of 1982 that tells us it really is a teacher's responsibility to align himself or herself with the mission and vision and the objective of the institution he or she is a part of. And knowing from what you have presented earlier at the start of this presentation, MSU is gearing towards blended learning, flexible instruction, and even resiliency as the skills to be developed. I don't think that it doesn't really align with the educational objectives of MSU if we'll resist the use of technology, because that seems to be the direction already being taken by the office. So, but that's the lawyer in me. The educate, you can always discipline the teacher concerned. But the educator, the educator in me would like simply to think that it's really just a matter of reaching out and touching the heart and the mind of that educator, of the teacher, because I'm sure that being a teacher, he or she subscribes to the idea that once a teacher, always a student. So in time, after maybe a heart-to-heart conversation, that perspective will change. But we cannot continue to have that as a perspective. Technology is needed for when our students will immerse themselves in the workforce. So we have to leverage on technology. We know that even before the pandemic, what this pandemic has done is in fact to accelerate what should have been done, but what was done at a snail's pace.
Thank you, ma'am. And we are so lucky that our keynote speaker is an attorney to remind us of the provision that says our role as educators is to align ourselves with the VMGO of the institution we are working with. Thank you, Paul. And we are on to the next question. Can you please zoom it out a little bit? And this question is coming from I can't see your screen, Sir Burns, for the next question.
Hi, ma'am. The one who shared the Google form, nawala daw po siya.
That's Miss Guro. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Miss Guro is sharing her screen. Maybe some of our participants would like to put in their questions in the chat box while we are trying to wait for Ms. Guro. This time it would be entertained now. Yes.
While waiting lang po, Dr.
Yes,
May I just say, this problem that we are having on lost internet connection every now and then, this is a problem that is not exclusive to MSU family. This is a problem shared by all educators. So there are actually life hacks that we can invent, being creative people that we are. And these are especially the kinds of innovations as well as solutions and life hacks, if you will, that we would like to have to share with each other as we progress.
Yes, so that's good to hear, ma'am. We feel like here in MSU, we feel we are alone in this. We feel like we're the only ones who are suffering from this poor internet connection. And to hear that from you is a relief. Thank you, Paul. I think we're back. Okay, now I'm going to read the next question, and it's coming from...
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, Paul. May we know who is speaking?
Hello, this is Dr. Erlinda Olakasan from the College of Education.
Yes, Paul.
I have not registered because I just got the link this morning. Thank you, Attorney Largo, for that very informative lecture. With the leverage of our teaching competencies, strategies, I think it would be very necessary that our MSU VMGO be revisited and to be transcended into its colleges. Because, well, during my time as dean of the College of Education, I have been imagining this time that the leverage on technology has not yet been included. Just as a
Yeah, indeed. In fact, you can be certain I am in constant conversation with your Vice Chancellor, whom I personally call kung kami lang ma'am as my BFF. Indeed, one of the things that we need to work on, universities all across the country, would be re-examination of the graduate attributes and the graduate outcomes that we have declared. We need to change because we know that there has been a change in the demands, the skills demanded of our students who will be graduates by 2025. So yes, indeed, a re-examination of BMGO is very much in order.
Yes, thank you very much po, Ma'am Ulakasan, for sharing your thoughts on the matter. Okay, so let's proceed to the next question. This is coming from Ma'am Mujahida Amina D. Sharif from College of Agriculture. And her question is, how can we secure a copy of the speaker's presentation? Thank you po.
I will share with with Vice Chancellor said, ma'am.
Thank you po. And those materials will be uploaded in our Google Classrooms. Next question will be coming from Ma'am Usman Rabia from Division of Engineering Technology. And her question is, can we move it up? Okay. Wala po bang posible na may face-to-face class? Thank you po.
Okay. We were hoping for a face-to-face class this school year, but that's not possible. And we know from the way things are going that that's not possible in the next 2 years, probably. Because if we look at it this way, we need to have 50% of our eligible population vaccinated so that the virus, we will prevent the further mutation or at least slow down the mutation of the virus. Pero there's even now possibility of virus being vaccine resistant. So moving forward, I think that blended learning will be the very least that will happen because full face-to-face is just too risky. Even when we all have been vaccinated, vaccination has to happen on a year-to-year basis, and mutations will have to be recognized. So face-to-face is a possibility, but not the full face-to-face as we know it. In fact, I was even bold enough to share with Vice Chancellor that, you know, the traditional way of doing things is really past. We are really past that traditional way of doing things. That's really point of no return, as I would be want to say.
Yes, thank you very much, ma'am. Now for the next question. The next question is coming from Ma'am Anna Mitos Dizon, coming from the College of Business Administration and Accountancy. And her question, although it says here a comment and not a question, there is a really need, there is really a need to being in touch with our students. Empathy should always be with us educators. Okay, next. Next question, Manguro. It's Sir, yes, it's from Sir Cabaro Amir Khan from Mathematics, from the College of Natural Sciences and Mathematics. And his question is, ma'am, if you could share some tips on how to make both the synchronous and asynchronous learning more engaging. I'm also interested in listening to that.
I would be very happy, glad to share. a month's worth of training, which was actually already condensed. I was told that if you really want to make your asynchronous component engaging, you need to have those three months at least of the training, and we did try to condense that into a month's training. But so just condensing it into a 1 minute answer. There are several ways. The suggestion, in fact, is to limit the live sessions, and that's not how to, because the default reaction is if you want to make your classes engaging, go live. No, because of the internet connectivity, in fact, that is a problem. We make the classes engaging through the asynchronous session, and there are several ways. For instance, you can do, there's a lot of facilitation techniques that can be had. Top of my mind, gamification, creating a story, and there's a way of doing that, or storytelling, and many others. But this is where, in fact, I am going. This is the kind of conversation you and I needed to be constantly having, sharing of experiences, sharing of what works, sharing of what does not work or what did not work, and so need to be discarded. Let's gather data together. Let's come up with innovation. Let's share this innovation. And if they work, then let's make them institutional all throughout our country.
Yes, thank you very much, Po. In fact, when Vice Chancellor mentioned to us, Po, about you as our keynote speaker, because during our preliminary meeting, you already mentioned that you've had 3 months, am I correct? 3 months training, Po?
Supposedly, Mom, it was for 3 months, and then I asked na it be condensed to 1 month. So just
okay. So we braved it into 3 days. Yes,
of course,
well, this is our attempt, well, to try also to upskill and update ourselves with the new normal competencies. Okay, thank you very much. I hope we have another question. And the next question is coming from Professor Miss Ailani Makagaan from the English department. And her question would be, this is a common concern of, she has 2 questions. Let's just go over the first one. This is a common concern of my previous students is how other instructors task them with too many assignments that would consume overlap with asynchronous class times of other subjects. Some of us may be guilty of this. What can you advise us teachers and students do?
Yeah. My God, so this requires a lot of work when we address student cognitive load. So this is really an issue of students' cognitive load. So many things needed to be done. But right away, first, we need to determine what specific outcomes do we have per class and per course, because this is in fact the detriment of our Philippine education. We put in too many courses per semester, resulting in itself as an overload on the part of our students. But it is what it is. We need to make do with the situation of the number of classes per semester. This has to be interdepartmental, interdisciplinary, to converse and determine as an institution what particular outcomes needed to be obtained for that particular class or course. And having mapped out already the outcome, what activities in fact can be shared by some of the classes, some of the courses, and what activities can be required standalone for that particular class, and map that together. So in USC, we are just starting to really go into the specifics of cognitive load of our students, but it really starts with mapping what outcome for each particular class, and then talking to the next faculty handling that class, and what are your requirements and why is it a requirement, and then having coordination meeting way before the start of the classes, so that the students, teachers rather, can see what is in store for the student for the next semester. So, but not just that, also determining how many contact hours, both synchronous and asynchronous, will be assigned to this particular class. So we have we do tiered tiered classes. So for instance, this class should have this much number of contact hours, being a licensure class, for example. So we need to break free right away from the idea na I feel bad because my class is not important or is less important than the other class. It's really just a matter of determining what is fully needed by our students, and then designing the classes and the instruction along those lines, letting go of the ego and thinking of what is the best interest of the students. It is a monumental work, pero it really starts with us acknowledging now we cannot have too many assignments for our students. It is kanang counterintuitive, counterproductive. You only have very limited working memory. You stuff that with the non-essentials, there will be no room for the essentials.
Yes, that is so right, ma'am. Thank you very much. And in fact, one of the outputs that we hope to have in this conversation, in this 3-day training, is to come up with a consolidated sharing of best practices of our participants as well as our speakers for this event. And we're down to the last question of the day, and it is coming from Ma'am Beverly Emperado. Actually, I got this from the chat box. I hope Ms. Duro does not mind. And it reads, can you please share to us some of the other types of assessment tools to evaluate the attainment of the learning outcomes in class, aside from online type of exams? Thank you.
I share this with my BFF, with your Vice Chancellor. You know, when you ask the students, for instance, to do strategy mapping, in a course, the final examination is not the usual essay type, objective type, or even kanang learning portfolio, submitting learning portfolio, but you give them or present to them a real life situation or a problem that you see in the Philippine context, and you ask them to strategize for the solutions using what they have learned in your class. Strategy mapping could be one, or strategizing could be another. Those capstone projects that we reserve as final or ultimate course requirement for the program, we can do many capstone projects, very from the idea that we test knowledge through essay questions, multiple choice questions. I'm sure MSU had evolved already something better than simply essay or objective type of examinations. Performance tasks, performance task is more appreciated actually by our students. They see hitting two birds with one stone. You check the knowledge, plus they see the motivation and the relevance of what they are learning.
Yes, yes. I couldn't agree more, ma'am. Being a faculty member also, and we're able to give assessments to our learners.
Thank you.
And yes, thank you to the one who posed the question as well. And okay, so I think the 15 minutes Q&A is done. Thank you so much, Attorney Largo, for the very insightful answering of our questions. And I would like to share some of the commendations of our participants from the chat box, if you don't mind sharing their thoughts about your talk. This is from Ma'am Rosnia Tamano, and she says, I learned so much. Thank you, Attorney Largo. It's amazing to hear the lawyer in you. Also, this one is coming from Ma'am Beverly Emperado, and it says, thank you so much for the very inspiring and insightful lecture, Attorney Joanne. I admire your heart as a teacher and as a lawyer. Okay, so far, all of them are in gratitude to your insightful sharing this morning now. All right, so we have come to the presentation of the certificate. Presenting to you now the certificate of recognition for our brilliant keynote speaker, as well as the token of appreciation. Please allow me to read the citation. Certificate of recognition. This certificate of recognition is awarded to Attorney Joanne S. Largo for sharing her invaluable inputs as the keynote speaker in the 3-day training on upskilling teaching competencies in the new normal. given this 6th day of September 2021 in Marawi City on the occasion of the 60th founding anniversary celebrations of the Mindanao State University. Signed, Dr. Muntia Jamila D. Sarip, Dean of the College of Education. Signed, Alizidni M. Ditukalan, Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs. Signed, Dr. Habib W. Makaayong, MSU System President. Once again, thank you very much, ma'am. And please accept our humble token of appreciation, which will be sent to you by couriers in the coming days.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Maraming salamat po, PFF. It's truly an honor to have you with us today. Thank you so much. Hope to see you soon.
Yes.
Thank you po, ma'am. All right. So I know it has been a wonderful sharing and conversation with our keynote speaker as well as our participants. How about we break the ice? We have come to one of the most exciting parts of the program, and that is our raffle draws. The technical committee will show and spin the wheel of names for our lucky winners. And please know that fabulous prizes have been prepared by the Office of the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs. Our facilitators with me right now are very much excited. I hope we also would have a chance to win on the raffle. But take note, ladies and gentlemen, that only those who have registered will have a chance to win in the raffle. So if you have not yet registered, you still have time for this afternoon and the 2 days more. Are you ready, Sir Ferns? For the first set of raffle draw, I will be calling out 3 winners for the prize of lucky umbrellas, personally picked by your Vice Chancellor, sir. Thank you so much for that. And there are actually many more prizes in store for you, so watch out for that. So are you all excited?
Laili, please announce the major prizes.
Oh, yes. I'm going to announce the major prizes. So we have an iPad for one of the major prizes. We also have desktop. And
yay, wow.
Yay! But the iPad would be for faculty, regular faculty members, and not on study leave. The Dell desktop would be awarded to departments. Am I correct, sir? Yes,
Yes.
It would be a department property. And just early this morning, I think we have received news that there will also be printers. Am I correct, sir?
That's correct.
And is that going to be awarded to departments as well? Sana magka-partner si printer at saka si ano, no?
Yes.
Desktop. Wow. Ang saya naman one. And it's so timely for the enrollment period. We could really use some equipment. Okay, so I think we are ready to go. Can I have a signal? Sir Ferns, if you're ready, tech team, show us the wheel of names.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And then feel free to spin it.
Okay, let's start the spinning. Diba? Actually, 1 million po yung participants natin, kaya puno-puno yung wheel of names. Okay, let's start the spinning. Yes, ma'am, let's start the first spin. Wait, my gosh. Fernando.
Congratulations, Sir Arthur Minoza. I hope you also know what department ng nanalo. This umbrella would be for you, sir. We have
engineering.
Congratulations.
Engineering.
Congratulations, Sir Mendoza. Panalo ka. Please claim your prize from Sir.
Ano ang prize? What's the prize?
Umbrella po muna, ma'am. The umbrellas for the first draw. Let's have the second draw, shall we?
Let's have the second draw.
Baka ikaw na yan, sir.
Sana ako sa iPad.
Ako, okay na ako dun sa iPad.
Very good.
Yes, I hear the virtual clap. That means we have the next winner. Oh, congratulations, Sir Adam Ahmad from CSSH po.
Congratulations.
You have won an umbrella. Panalo ka. Please claim your prize from Vice Chancellor's office. Okay, and we're down to the third spinning of the wheel.
Let's start for the third spinning of the wheel. Ang daming nag-abang.
Oo, abangers na tayo lahat nito.
Sana manalo ako.
Okay. Oh, I hear the clap again. Okay, let's see the lucky one. Yes, it is Sir Ariel Oida. Panalo ka, sir, ng isang mahiwagang payong. Please claim your prize from the Office of the Vice Chancellor. Congratulations to our three winners. Thank you so much. You know what I miss about F2F is pagka ganitong mga part, ang ingay na, no? Ngayon, ako lang ang maingay sa room na ito kasi bawal mag-ingay ang aking mga kasama. Nonetheless, I know you are all thrilled with the prizes given away by our Vice Chancellor.
We have more prizes.
Marami pa. Yes po. Abangan po natin yung mga prizes, sir, later on because we'll have another draw in the afternoon. Okay, thank you so much. All right. Now, before we proceed to the next one, I would like again to acknowledge our participants in the Zoom. We already have 321 participants, while in our FB Live, we have 325 coming from different schools. We have the external units, high schools, faculty members from MSU ILS, MSU UTC, all faculty members from the various MSU campuses, some of our participants from the main campus, as well as our friends and relatives who maybe are viewing us right now. Okay, thank you.
Laili, if I may,
yes.
just a very,
yes, sir.
Yeah, just a quick administrative issue. I would like to apologize for those who are having difficulty signing in. I think there was a mistake in the initial configurations of our Zoom. We have not set the registration to the default setting. And so I think some are having difficulty. In fact, even Dr. Bostoza was having a problem initially, and I hope she has already joined us this morning. We hope to fix that. We wanted to fix it, but we have to log out everyone. So I think kindly please inform your colleagues if they wanted to join, they just have to rename or probably use another name to log in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor, for addressing our connection, and it has now been resolved. Okay, so for the introduction to the first resource speaker, I hope you're all ready to listen to the very versatile Secretary of the College of Education. Let's give her a virtual round of applause, Dr. Rohanifa T. Mama Maruhomsar.
To our dearest President of the Mindanao State University System, Dr. Habib Watamama Makaayong, beloved Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Alma Iberoa, ever dynamic Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, Attorney Ali Zalen, our very own Dean of the College of Education, Dr. Muntia D. Sarip, other university officials, distinguished guests, colleagues, participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, and a very pleasant morning. Today, this task of introducing our first resource speaker is a great privilege. She is a friend and a partner of the College of Education MSU main campus in many research undertakings. I know this is challenging, but the fact that she's a woman of simplicity, I feel elated to introduce her to everyone today. After all, she's an inspiration to us educators. She's a living idiom of a woman who happened to be born at the right time and at the right place. Coupled with an impressive background, it was not therefore surprising that she became the Dean of the College of Education of UP Diliman. She is an advocate of the right to education and self determination. For many years, she has been taking action to influence our social, political, economic systems to bring about change in our society, with most of her educational researches geared toward improving the formal education system. A very workaholic woman who is at present the Philippine Director of ACTRC, or the Assessment Curriculum and Technology Research Center, since 2014, which is an Australian government initiative in partnership with the University of Melbourne and University of the Philippines. She is also the chair of the Technical Committee for Special Education and a member of the Technical Committee for Special Education, as well as of the Technical Panel on Teacher Education of the Commission on Higher Education, or of the CHED. She left a remarkable impression during the 10th International Conference on Teacher Education, a centennial of the College of Education in UP Diliman in 2018, which aimed to gather diverse perspectives that can inform curriculum, instruction, assessment, capacity building mechanism, as well as policy formulation and implementation. She is active in research on Philippine basic education with a focus on persons with disabilities, such as exploring emergent literacy behaviors of Filipino deaf children, which was published in the Asia Pacific Education Research Journal. In addition, her recent roles in research and inclusive education include being the lead researcher of the Incorporating Disability in the Conditional Cash Transfer Program and the project director of the Philippines Response to Indigenous Peoples and Muslim Education Program. Her other research interests are student achievement and deaf literacy. She has also served top-notch national and international academics several times by sharing her expertise and wisdom to the people. She was even the keynote speaker during the Foundations of Inclusion in the Sinea Manila Conference in 2016, hosted by De La Salle College, where she provided technical guidance during the Development Academy of the Philippines Center for Governance. She has also presented qualitative researches on the link between poverty and disability with access to services. In addition, she also took part as a sign language interpreter during the State of the Nation address of the late former President Benigno Aquino III, which was streamed online and delivered with real-time sign language interpretation. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to present to you our resource speaker of Professor of the Special Education of the College of Education at the University of the Philippines, no other than Dr. Marie Therese Angeline P. Bustos. Let's give her a virtual round of applause.
Good morning to all of you. So good morning and greetings from UP Diliman and the Assessment Curriculum and Technology Research Center, which is based at the Center for Integrative and Development Studies in UP. Our research center is a partnership of two universities, UP and University of Melbourne. Now, I was invited to talk about transforming new normal teaching gaps and challenges into opportunities. But before I go into that, I'd like to say a special thank you to Vice Chancellor Dito Kalan, as well as Dean Sarip for inviting me to be part of this training. Thank you also, Dr. Gigi, for making that phone call. Now, ACT RC is a partner of MSU-Marawi. We've worked on at least 2 research projects that concern BARM. So thank you very much for all the help that MSU-Marawi, particularly the College of Education, has extended to our research center. So let me proceed with my talk. So when we talk about outcomes-based education, this is what comes to my mind. Okay, outcome. So I would begin with the end in mind. And the end in mind is that teacher in a classroom who can competently manage the teaching and learning process in that classroom. And so my challenge now as a teacher educator is to make sure that when that person graduates, when that person leaves our portals, that person is ready. Now, Spady, I think this is a familiar illustration to you. So this is his demonstration mountain. You know, it's an old illustration, but still it actually shows us clearly what do we expect of our graduates. In the past, we would just focus on separate skills, teach them separately, and then test them by giving them structured tasks where they are able to demonstrate what they know. However, life doesn't work that way. When they go out, they need to be ready to handle that class. They need to be ready to handle subject matter. They need to be ready to assess students. They need to be able to deal with parents and different stakeholders, and even their own colleagues within a school. And so life is more complex. Life of a teacher, the life of a teacher is quite complex. And so it's very, very important that when we train our pre-service teachers, that we look at their life role function. And so this particular talk will be premised on that. I'll be talking about things regarding K-12 basic education, especially because our graduates teach in basic education. Okay. And so our center in 2018, late 2018, we started the review of the K-12 curriculum. At that time, the first batch of grade 12 students has already graduated, and it was really time to review the curriculum. And so a good review would entail looking at the alignment of the curriculum. And when I talk about the curriculum, it's not just the official curriculum, the written documents, the curriculum guides that we see, which is actually under intended curriculum, but we need to be able to take a look at how it is implemented. So we did a review of the implemented curriculum, as well as a review of the tested curriculum, which meant looking at the contents of the national achievement tests in relation to the curriculum. We also looked at the attained curriculum, which entailed looking at those tests, as well as looking at the suitability of our graduates. So we also spoke with higher education institutions who received the grade 12 graduates, as well as employers. And so it is the alignment of these 4 that we were looking at. And our intention was to be able to present findings that could be the basis for DepEd policy. And so last August 24, we were able to present the results of the review in a forum sponsored by the Department of Education. Okay. And so my talk today will not just focus on that particular review, but also deal with other findings that you will find in research done here in the Philippines. And so state of play is just It's a British and Australian term for situation, situationer. So what's going on in Philippine K to 12 education? One, it's difficult for me to talk about this particular slide. I'm not exactly proud of it. And it's a cause for alarm, not just for basic education, but for us in teacher education. Now, in relation to student learning outcomes, the national and international tests have told us or have shown us that our students, Filipino students, are not reaching the expected minimum standards in curriculum content. This doesn't begin in high school. Then our students not reaching minimum proficiency levels happens in the early grades. I mean, seriously, it happens in the early grades. And there's a build-up. And so this goes through senior high school. And so what is our proof for that? You have the National Achievement Test. You have the ELNA, that's the Early Language Literacy and Numeracy Assessment. We have the Basic Education Exit Assessment. So we have those national tests. And we also have PISA. We have TIMSS. We have CPLM. Note that CPLM is administered at 5th grade and TIMSS is administered at 4th grade. And so when these tests tell us that we're not meeting the standards, they also tell us that early on in the learner's education, they are not achieving, they're not meeting the targets. And so not only are they not meeting the targets, the minimum standards of our curriculum, they are also not building higher order thinking skills, nor 21st century skills. Now, our curriculum has said that we will focus on 21st century skills and that we will focus on higher order thinking skills. And yet, we're not meeting those targets either. And so, why aren't we meeting those targets? Why aren't our students meeting the minimum standard set by the curriculum? And so one contributing factor is or are prerequisite skills and knowledge. According to teachers, many students lack prerequisite skills and knowledge for the grade level curriculum. Well, at least in our study, the teacher said that. However, CPLM also said that. That's the international test we have in Southeast Asia. The study that we conducted at ACT-RC said the same thing. Even the ACER study, that's the Australian Council for Education Research study, that's an ECCD study, it also said the same thing, as well as PNU's research on the PISA. So, what contributes to the lack of prerequisite skills? So the tests say that our learners don't have the prerequisite skills. But the teachers are also saying that they don't have time to teach all the allocated learning competencies in a quarter. So a big percentage of teachers in our study, by the way, we track teachers, 2,000 plus teachers nationwide. And they said that they didn't have enough time to teach all the competencies that they were supposed to teach. Also, there are some challenges also with the actual curriculum, where sometimes the prerequisite skills are not clearly written, nor are they presented sequentially. And so teachers who implement the curriculum sometimes are not just able to teach those prerequisite skills because of the way they are presented also in the curriculum. We also found, research has also found, our research in, under curriculum review as well as formative assessment, that our teachers do not routinely assess learning for formative purposes, or so they don't make accurate judgments about what students have learned. And we also saw this in our curriculum review, because when we asked them if students were able to master the competencies that they were teaching, and they said, yeah, they were able to do that. However, if you look at the NAT results, say otherwise. Now, formative assessment is very important. But there's this focus on summative assessments, on grading, reporting, promoting, etc. But formative assessment is what tells teachers where the student is and where the student needs to go. And it tells also the teacher, so how to bring this student from this point to that point. So how do you bridge the gap? Formative assessment is so important, and teachers need to do this regularly, because we need to calibrate what we teach, how we teach in the classroom to make sure that students learn. However, many teachers are just so compelled to follow the budget of lessons. And so they jump from one competency to another, jumping from one topic to another without ascertaining if the student has mastered the skill. And so formative assessment is very, very important. And because formative assessment, when you are really mindful of how students are performing, then teachers would be able to make better judgments about what students learned. So they would be slow, not exactly slow, but more cautious to move to the next topic if the student has not mastered a particular skill. But what we found was that teachers don't really assess formatively. Of course, they give activities, and then they grade those activities. But grades per se are reports. They're just reports. But you need to be able to make good decisions to make sure that students really have the prerequisite skills and knowledge. Another contributing factor is language development. What we have found, based on the national tests, as well as the different reports of different researchers, is that our students have not mastered the language of instruction, whether that's mother tongue, Filipino, or English. Now, the international large-scale assessments, we all took them in English. Also, the national assessments, well, except for particular subjects, were also given in the mother tongue, Filipino, and English. But the results, what the results are telling us is that our students have not mastered the language of instruction. And so we'll have problems with the language of assessment. And so we have the MPBMLE policy, and in some areas it is really implemented well. But in other areas, the implementation is problematic, especially when you will find places where there is language mismatch. We also found that there were problems in terms of the availability of instructional materials. So not all mother tongues are represented or are considered to be official languages. And so there are languages, especially in the BARM, that don't have available instructional materials. Also, a contributing factor to poor student outcomes would be students' access to textbooks and instructional materials. So Actually, we were quite surprised that teachers, not all teachers even had a copy of the teacher's guide. And then, for some of the materials that we found, some of them are mismatched to the curriculum or mismatched to the language needs of the students, meaning the materials were written at a level where students are not able to read them independently. So that's really a concern. One contributing factor also would be our understanding of what 21st century skills are. And so we found, and even other studies found, that if you ask different people in basic education, and I'm pretty sure even in higher education, in teacher education institutions, the understandings and use of 21st century skills vary from place to place, from group to group. Also, we found that teachers lacked understanding of the nature of 21st century skills and how to teach them. I remember in one of the studies that we did, people would equate 21st century skills to ICT skills, and that was it. And we found that that was how people thought because they kept on referring us to science schools, science high schools, whenever we would study 21st century skills. And we were wondering, why would that be so? Because 21st century skills are supposed to be taught in elementary, in high school, and it's not just relegated to special science high schools, it's for everybody. And yet, when you ask people, they do have different understandings of 21st century skills. And they also differed in the way that they would teach those skills. You know, it's not bad news all the time. Because we found also, and other researchers found, that there are some things that could work for us, that could work for basic education. And what are these? One, high quality school leadership. High quality school leadership facilitates schools and teachers to implement system expectations. So we really need principals who would not just implement the curriculum, but who would be instructional leaders, who would help teachers understand processes such as formative assessment, when it is the right time to move to the next lesson, etc. Also, we found that teacher professional learning, such as having the LAC sessions, the learning action cells, having in-service training, or being sent outside for training, actually facilitates the implementation of the curriculum in the classroom. We also found, not Actor C, but it's the ACER study, also found that social and emotional learning, when you build student skills in SEL, then that facilitates their achievement of learning outcomes. So let me share with you. So we had a survey, and more than 2,000 teachers took this survey. And so we asked them, so what were some factors that helped you implement the curriculum? Now, the top five factors that help teachers implement the curriculum are: one, in-service training, in-service professional development activities. Two, LAC sessions. Three, interaction with their colleagues. Four, school leadership. Five, incentives and rewards. So more or less, this resonates with what we said earlier about leadership, school leadership being an important role in meeting expectations, meeting system expectations. Now, let's look at the lowest 5 factors that help teachers implement the curriculum? 1, class size. 2, too many extracurricular activities. 3, the number of learning competencies in the curriculum. It's really an overcrowded curriculum. Madaming competencies. 4, student discipline. 5, the content of the curriculum. And so, what can we do? What can we do in teacher education institutions? If we will base this on the research findings that I shared earlier, here are some areas that pre-service teachers need to be equipped in. 1, our national assessments, our performance in the international assessments show us that we really need to make sure that our pre-service teachers know how to teach foundational literacy and mathematics knowledge and skills. I mean, and it's no joke because, as I've said earlier, our inability to meet the minimum standards begin in the early grades, as depicted by the results in the National Achievement Test, as well as international large-scale assessments. And so many times, so we would really have to find space in the curriculum, in the subjects that were listed in the CMO, that we would teach beginning reading well. And it's not just decoding, but it's really understanding the text. This has to begin early. We also need to be very deliberate with the way we teach mathematics knowledge and skills. You know, our national performance in numeracy is really low. Really low. And instead of focusing on, let's say, higher order skills in relation to foundational mathematics, we need to use strategies like CRA, concrete, representational, and then abstract. We really have to emphasize to our pre-service teachers to begin teaching at the concrete level. And then when the student has mastered the skill at concrete level, then to move on to representational, like pictures, etc. And then from there, move on to symbols, to abstract. But that particular way of teaching has to be demonstrated, not just by us, our professors, but definitely our graduates, our students, our pre-service students should be able to demonstrate the teaching of mathematics using CRA, concrete, representational, abstract. We also, again, looking at the TIMS, looking at CPLM, looking at PISA, we need to teach to make sure that our pre-service teachers know how to teach content area literacy. This means that the teaching of reading is not limited to the English teacher, to the Filipino teacher, to the mother tongue teacher, but the science teacher, the math teacher, the Araling Panlipunan teacher, the values ed teacher, the TLE teacher, the MAPE teacher. All teachers are reading teachers. Now, it is very important to understand that reading done in the English class or reading and writing done in the Filipino class, in those language classes, they're different from reading done in science. They're different from reading done in math, Araling Panlipunan, etc. And so, when you teach content areas, they require special reading skills. And what do I mean by that? There's special vocabulary, di ba? there are words that are used differently. For example, table. Table in an English class, most likely, is the table, mesa. But when you are in a science class or in a math class, that table probably is a matrix, not a table with 4 legs. Now, so it is very important that science teachers, math teachers, and other content area teachers be able to help their students read the text. It is because many people say, I'm not an English teacher. I'm not a Filipino teacher. Why do you want me to teach reading? Simply because those students in your class, if you're a science or math teacher or a content area teacher, need to read texts in your area, in your subject area. And so, as a teacher, even if you did not receive, even if you don't have a degree in reading, we need to be able to make sure that our students can activate prior knowledge, can help their students use background knowledge, that they can help their students master vocabulary, that they can help their students understand information that's presented in a math text, in a science text. These are all very, very important. And so we also teach our students, okay, when you encounter a different text or a difficult text in science, for example, first survey, and then you question, and then you read, and then you question again. And then maybe you can compute, and then you question again. And so we need to be able to help our students strategize. And admittedly, very few teachers in the field know how to teach content area literacy. So we are really hoping that your institution would produce graduates, math teachers, science teachers, araling panlipunan teachers, and other content area teachers who know how to teach content area literacy. Because that is the key for students to be able to learn from what they read. Diba? In the early grades, children learn to read. But in the upper grades, they read to learn. And so if content area teachers are not able to handle this, then how will our students learn? How will they be able to read those questions in the PISA and understand them and have an appreciation of those questions even? So we need to be able to teach our pre-service teachers that tracking student mastery is important. And when they sense with the assessment results that something is wrong, that they would not just jump to the next lesson and follow the next topic in the budget of lessons. They need to be agentic. They need to make a decision to pause, to teach, to reteach, and to find ways to present the lesson to the student until that student learns. We need to make sure that our teachers know how to do formative assessment. So it's not just grading all the time, but they need to be able to inform the teaching and learning process by being able to interpret assessment results properly. And I have said this to an audience last week, our performance in the national and international assessments did not happen overnight. The build-up of competencies that were not mastered led to this dismal performance that we have as a nation. And so we need to be very, we need to target formative assessment. We need to be very intentional in teaching formative assessment. Also, as you've seen in the result I presented earlier, teachers are having difficulty with content of the curriculum. And so we are pinning our hopes on this new batch of teachers who will be graduating following the latest CMO, which is CMO 74, 75, 76, and so on. We're hoping that our student teachers, that our pre-service teachers would have mastered the content of the K-12 curriculum, including 21st century skills. Now, the national achievement test, the national achievement tests that are administered here in the Philippines focus on these 21st century skills. Now, there are more 21st century skills, but these are the ones that they deemed easier to manage in terms of administering tests and creating items. So creating items and administering tests. So because I remember I presented this slide to others and they were saying, but those aren't just the 21st century skills. There are more. And yes, there are more 21st century skills. But these are the 21st century skills being assessed in the National Achievement Test. And so I think it would be good for you to take note of these skills and to make sure that these skills that our pre-service teachers understand, 21st century skills, at least for this particular set, that they know how to teach it and they know how to assess it. Okay, this is just an illustration to say that all of those skills, when you combine them, will lead to career and life skills. Okay, our pre-service teachers need to know more about social and emotional learning and how to build this, develop this in their students. Our teachers also need to learn to unpack the learning competency, because some of the competencies, as I've mentioned earlier, were written, they were like higher order skills, and teachers need to be able to break down that particular competency into sub-competencies. Pre-service teachers need to be able to do that. Also, contextualization is very important. In several research that we've done, teachers have found it challenging to relate these lessons, academics, with real life. They have difficulty finding connections. And so I think we need to be very intentional in the way we teach contextualization in the different subject areas. And of course, with the large class size and the discipline problems that go with it, we need to be able to include that in our curriculum. The PISA, the large scale assessment results indicated that bullying is really present in the Philippines. And sometimes you wonder, how can that be? The percentage of bullying in other places would be like 20+% of the students who took the test reported that. But for the Philippines, it was like 60+%. We need to equip our teachers to manage behavior in the classroom in productive ways, in effective ways. And so, again, we go back to this mountain. It is possible to teach all of those skills and all of those topics as discrete content skills, hiwalay. But we need to be able to consolidate that, because when we graduate pre-service teachers, they need to be able to pull up all of these skills to be able to address situations in the classroom. And so my appeal is that even if we're having a hard time, I know it's not an easy job to be teaching now that we are all learning in remote, but still we need to be able to find ways where we could focus on life role functioning, actual demonstrations of behavior that are authentic, no? So authentic tasks are still very important. Well, of course, we depend on, well, for us, for schools that send our practicumers, for example, to DepEd schools, we will just follow their delivery mode. So if they so decide that we will be doing face-to-face, then we will be compelled to join them face-to-face. But until such time, learning will be happening in remote settings. But we need to make sure that our students would be able to handle different scenarios, whether distance learning via online, distance learning via self-learning modules, distance learning via radio and TV, all of these we need to take into consideration. But I am not so concerned with the modality as I am concerned with the content that I raised earlier. The skills, if we want the next generation of students to perform better, to be able to show proficiency in our learning targets, then we need to focus on the topics, the content, and the skills that I have listed earlier. And so if you have any questions, please email me. Yes, I respond to email, and just keep on emailing me if I don't give you an immediate response. But thank you very much again for inviting me. And please do ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marie-Therese Angeline P. Bustos, for the detailed presentation on the topic, transforming new normal teaching gaps or challenges into opportunities. Thank you for the tip on always beginning with the end in mind, such as setting our objectives before designing our learning plans to address the gaps and challenges that we would encounter along the way. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Bustos. Our participants are wondering if you could share a copy of your lecture, ma'am, to our technical team so we can upload that in our Google Classrooms for our workshop this afternoon. Doc Bustos, is that okay, po?
Yes, ma'am. So I'll send it after this talk.
Oh, no problem, guys. It's just a request. And thank you so much, Paul, for opening your email to us that we are allowed to email our further inquiries to you. But before we proceed, may I remind the participants to log in to our attendance, as the link is already posted in our chat box. Thank you so much. So before we proceed to the open forum, we would like to request another photo opportunity with our resource speaker and our participants. May we request everyone to please open your camera as our tech team, Sir Ferns, will take the screenshots. Are you ready?
Kindly open your camera. Thank you so much. Still, we have 7 galleries. Smile. Thank you. Second gallery. Third gallery. Fourth. A fifth gallery. And then we're down to the last gallery. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sir Ferns. And this time, we are ready for your questions from our participants. So I'm giving now the virtual floor for the secretary team to please flash our questions for our speaker. Okay, let's start with the first question. It's from Ma'am Tracy Jane Ricaborda from the College of Natural Sciences in Mathematics, Chemistry Department. And her question is, considering that some graduates from K-12 are ill-equipped, plus curriculum content assumes that preparatory topics were already covered to 12 level, plus some enroll in college courses out of their senior high school strand, example, rooms, students enrolling in engineering courses, which increases their disadvantage. What is your advice for college teachers? Dr. Bustos, I hope you are ready to answer the question of our participant.
Okay, now, yeah, because I could not unmute myself. I'm sorry. So what's my advice? First of all, we need to take the admission test results seriously. I know, we would like to democratize access to education as much as possible. However, there's a level by which students should be able to function in higher education. And so the results of admission tests really have to be very important. We found that, well, I think MSU has a good admission system, but not all schools have that. And so to take that seriously and to look into also the predictability of your admission test scores in relation to performance students in later years would be very important. But that's not really the problem of the college professor. We've had some, like in UP, we have classes, bridging classes. They're actual subjects that are offered, but they're not counted in the curriculum of the student. And those who have undergone STEM can skip those subjects. But we found that those who even went through those subjects in STEM while in senior high school still have difficulty with those subjects. And so one, it's really the availability of support. It's availability of bridging classes or some bridging activities may be needed. They may come really handy. Also, I think because just graduating the first, we started graduating people in 2018. And so it has been like how many? 3 years. And so I'm hoping that we will have better graduates as the curriculum continues to roll out. But yes, I share that frustration that there will be some hand holding that will take place. I mean, giving of support to students who are supposedly equipped with these skills. So I'm not so sure if I was able to answer your question, but that is how we have been able to address some of the gaps that we felt that students had in terms of knowledge and skills. So that's the offering of some bridging classes. But of course, we cannot keep on offering bridging classes. Now, when do we stop offering those classes? That has to be also decided by faculty, by the university. So, but having a good screening system, having a good admission system should help you fix that problem. It's the universities, the small ones, that just accept just about anyone who applies, that are really struggling, because compared to UP and compared to MSU-Marawi, we get better students. Those universities don't. And so I can imagine the nightmare that they have.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Bustos. I agree. We also have that question in mind. I think all faculty members here in the room have the same dilemma to ask ourselves, where do we begin when we find these gaps and challenges? No, we assume that our students have already somehow learned concepts in the past, but of course that is quite unfair to our learners. Okay, but as your suggestion, it is in line with a good admission system and probably to have some bridging classes. Okay, let's proceed to the next one. Next one is from Sir Jared Alipo from my department, English, from the College of Social Sciences and Humanities, and he would like to ask, what should HEIs do with the students who aren't college ready? Education is a right afforded to everyone, but HEIs need to maintain standards as well. Of course, they can't go back to high school anymore for remediation. So it's a conflict between open admission to accept everyone and maintaining standards that produce competent professional citizens. Thank you very much for Dr. Bustos.
So I'm not so sure if you will agree with me, but I am of the belief that college is not for everyone. And it should not be, college education is not a right for everyone. Basic education is. I mean, good quality basic education is a right. But where we go after basic education, whether we take the tech voc track or whether we go to higher education, those two sets of institutions have the right to screen the students, because I agree with you that we in the academe have standards to maintain. I mean, seriously. And I guess what is good about being state universities, now both of us come from state universities, are from state universities, is that we can fully exercise that right to screen the students, especially because they will be receiving government funds to support their learning, so UniFast. But others practice open admission, and that is very problematic because it assumes that that college is for everyone, when college education really requires it takes a lot of abstraction, no? Being able to deal with abstract knowledge. And if you look at our qualifications framework, people who graduate from college should be able to perform their tasks independently, work independently in the workplace. They don't really need to have taskmasters watching over their backs as they do their tasks. You do that for other levels of education, but not for college graduates. And so I think as duty bearers, and as gatekeepers also, we need to take admissions seriously, because sometimes we think that, okay, maawa ba? So, no, maybe we should give the students opportunity to really show and grow in the university. However, not everybody has the same skill set and cognitive abilities for tertiary, specifically higher education. And so, I don't know, was I able to answer that? And so the HEI should not accept students who are not college ready to begin with. Or if you wish to, or if somebody wishes to take that route, to take that risk rather, then maybe, again, you will have like a bridging level before college. Before the K to 12, there were some institutions, some private institutions here in NCR who accepted students who did not really meet the requirements to enter formally first year college. So they were being given subjects like English 0, Math 0. So the intention of that year level was to make sure that they had the skills and knowledge for the actual program. But how many students can afford that? For us working in state universities, we don't have that freedom to have that first layer, first level. So we accept students who are ready for year 1.
Thank you very much, Puna. Yes, indeed. That was some wake-up call answer, no, to our participants and to everyone. I guess that you are right. College education is not for everyone, or may not be for everyone, but a good basic quality education is. Okay. Next question, please. Okay, our next question is from Professor Hameen Hassan from the English department at the same college, Sir Jared Amigo. And her question is, how does class size affect curriculum implementation in an online setting? What is your suggested class size in a performance-based course now?
Okay, for online setting, like in UP, this is for undergrad. So our classes could go as big as 40 for regular face-to-face classes. But we realized on our first year of implementing online learning that it cannot be as usual. We could not monitor our students, 40 students in a Zoom class. So what happened was, there was more leeway to hold asynchronous classes. So in my case, I was able to divide classes into smaller groups. But in terms of size, if my memory serves me right, we have limited it to 20 per class. So if it would be more than 20, we would open another class. And that is to help the teacher, and not just the teacher, but also to help the students. We also realized, and I had to realize in a very difficult, at least through a challenge this summer, because when I was staying at home because of the pandemic, so you have fiber and internet, access to the online class was very easy for me. But this summer, I had to transfer inside UP campus. And where I lived, I did not have fiber. And so I had to depend on my cell phone. I had to depend on the pocket Wi-Fi. And for me to do all the things that were expected of me as a professor, as well as spend as much time as students on Zoom, I had to spend somewhere like 3,000 pesos to be able to maintain that. And And mind you, the connection wasn't that great. And so while class size is a problem in online learning, I think it is, I think that could be remedied by making sure that we could have more asynchronous sessions, or if you will have synchronous sessions with students, don't get all of them in one place at the same time, because it will be difficult for you to manage them, and also it will be difficult for them also to pay attention. So you may want to flip your classes. There are things that they can do on their own, and then gather a smaller group of students to be and have some activities with them, so that you have an idea if they're able to understand what you're trying to teach them. But yes, so I saw the comment, 20, wow, oo. And yes, may mga iba pa 15. But we did not start there. We first thought that 40 could be managed, but 40 was very difficult to manage. And so can you imagine, and not everybody also can attend at the same time. Oo, yung hindi talaga sabay-sabay. And that is not because your students are just lazy or not interested. Even if they wanted to attend, sometimes it's internet connectivity that prevents them from doing so. So, yes, in a performance-based course, I think 20 is big already. 20 is big already. But then, how did you manage before face-to-face? And so you might want to ask yourself, so what kind of activities did you have before the pandemic? So, because essentially, like for us, it still is the same. The platform just changed, but the teaching demos, the demonstrations, of course, the ones in the sciences, the ones needing laboratory are having difficulty. But for us in teacher education, especially not in the sciences, we were able to do some of our activities, face-to-face activities, even online. But then we had to make sure that these activities were available asynchronously, and that when we needed to meet with students, we would meet smaller groups and not the entire class.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, that was some hope to hear, ma'am, that you said you suggested that more than 20 for a class would be a difficult one to handle. Okay, so you suggested 20 for a performance-based classroom, and 40 could be managed, but it would be very difficult. But of course, we ask ourselves, how did we manage? So these are the challenges that we are really facing nowadays. So I think we're still up for one last question from our audience. Can we have one last question?
I think there's a question in the chat box.
Yes, ma'am. If you would like to entertain one, yes, feel free, Paul. Which one of the questions?
Wait, from the one from Sir Reynald Jimena. One of the challenges that students are currently experiencing is having multiple tasks and assignments being introduced by different subjects all at the same time. What is your take regarding implementation of subject-focused strategy, like one subject at a time for a given period of time? The closest thing that we have to that in UP is that we have like back-to-back classes. So if we have 14 weeks or 16 weeks, but I think it was 14 weeks, 7 weeks was for one subject. And then the remaining 7 weeks was dedicated for the other subject. So these are for subjects that are connected with each other. So we call them back-to-back subjects. But I haven't heard yet of, let's say, just focusing on one subject for one part of the semester. What I've seen so far as our experiences in UP, is that we have two subjects that are offered back to back. So first, one subject. So given that back to back schedule, instead of meeting twice a week, they would meet 4 times a week. So the other subject give to this subject, which allows the students like 4 meetings per week for that one subject. So that would be completed during the first 7 weeks. And then come the 8th week, the second subject will begin. And the time given to that first subject, that the 2 periods would be added to this. So that particular class will also meet around 4 times that week.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. And I know in as much as we would like to accommodate more questions, but I don't think our time would allow us. So if you would still like to share your thoughts, please feel free to share your thoughts by posting it in our FB or in your FB timelines using hashtag Teachers Training 2021, hashtag MSU at 60, hashtag Sale on MSU, or you may email our resource speaker if you have some more clarifications. In fact, if our resource speaker will also be around this afternoon, ma'am, for the workshop. Okay. So thank you very much to our brilliant resource speaker in answering our questions. And now we are ready to present the certificate of recognition to our first resource speaker. Please allow me to read the citation. Certificate of recognition. This certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Marie Therese Angeline E. Bustos for sharing her expertise on the topic, transforming new normal teaching gaps or challenges into opportunities during the 3-day training on upskilling teaching competencies in the new normal, given this 6th day of September 2021 in Marawi City on the occasion of the 60th founding anniversary celebrations of the Mindanao State University, signed Dr. Mutia Jamila D. Sarip, Dean, College of Education, signed Alizidni M. Ditokalan, Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, signed Dr. Habib W. Makaayong, MSU System President. Once again, thank you much, Dr. Bustos, and please accept our humble token of appreciation, which will be sent via courier in the coming days. So that concludes our morning session. We would like to invite our resource speaker if she has time for the workshop and presentations of the participants for her impressions that will be presented in the 3rd day. May I remind the participants to log in the plenary hall this afternoon. Those who are watching us via FB Live for our official participants, please be in the Zoom this afternoon. But before that, please also check and accept the Google Classroom invitations for them to see their cluster classmates. Some of us have already been added in our classes for those who have already registered. And also you can meet your facilitators for the workshop proper. Templates and other materials are already uploaded in your Google Classrooms respectively. Okay, so the afternoon session will begin at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and our plenary will remain open for those who do not have to log out. Okay, that is all. Enjoy your lunch and see you later.
we will change the link siguro para ha? May ko ba? Can I end this? We still have time to fix it naman, di ba? You can resend them. Good afternoon, everyone. Is it afternoon? Good noon. First, we will end the session so we can re-log in later on. So like we can fix the registration problem.
Sige sir, sige sir.
Ano na lang siguro, no?
Yes sir.
Okay. But I can't actually leave lang ako. I can't end it. That's the problem.
Sige sir, i-end ko sir. I-end ko to lahat sir ng call sir.
Ikaw bang host, no? Yeah, pa-end please.
Ikaw pa rin sir.
Okay, I'll call my phone. Kasi iniwan ko yung computer ko sa bahay. So ipa-end ko lang yon, then or i-leave ko siguro, no?
Yes sir, yes sir.
Dapat yun ang mag-end kasi yun ang nagbukas.
Yes sir.
No, wait. Okay.
Sige sir.